something Bezos bucks for best bearded bro boy. Butts.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, everybody? How we doing on this Tuesday? It's Tuesday, innit? Oh, you know it is, baby. Are you having some fun? Now show me them buns.
Yo, yo, yo. What is up, everybody? Welcome back after my day off break. Hope you guys are having a good day. You just finished watching Game Changer. Good episode. Oh, I don't know what that is. What series is that? What is that on? What streaming service is that on? What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to play some Dismantle today because that's what enshem75 wanted for their if-then choice. Should be pretty interesting. I'm not, this game, like, has all the buzzwords, like, in the fucking, and in the Steam description, it has every buzzword you could think of. Explore, fight, level up, survive, gather, craft, harvest, hunt, build, farm, solve puzzles, fish, cook, live. Sheesh. It's on Dropout? What the fuck is Dropout? You might like VIP from Dropout. What the fuck is Dropout? Seriously, is that a streaming service that I've never heard of? It is a streaming service. Wow. Damn. I am behind. I'm out of the loop on that one, huh? Apparently. Oh, used to be College Humor. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Not a one-to-one from College Humor to Dropout, but a lot of carryover. Okay. Okay. Dropout is okay, but my favorite streaming services are Cramped, Florpy Plorp, and Yarned. I don't know, man. Yarned fell off, dude. They used to have good shows and then they fell off. I don't know. I can't back Yarned anymore, unfortunately. They're directly funded. Okay. From College Humor. Interesting. Interesting. Yo, what up with the Prime? The Prime resub from Holsky with 52 months. Thank you very much, Holsky. Worsty, thank you for the 124. Ensville Games, thank you for the 44 months. Something Bezos bucks. Thank you. Asherwise with 89 as well. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, once the last season of Who Wants to Eat a Huge Dick ended, it kind of lost the zazz.
Zeke toot.
Yeah, I concur. Man, the first two seasons of Who Wants to Eat a Huge Dick were just like
10-year free club.
Prime fucking streaming shit. Prime series. Chris FCB, thank you for the 55 months. Citro giving a sub to Omicron, who now has 120 months. 10 years, dude. 10 fucking years. Shit, man, that's crazy. How many of those were gifted? No, you know what? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Bigga, thank you for the 45 months as well. Have you seen the new show? It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hebe. It's on Pootie with ads. It's on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weeno. Dude, it's on Gumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob and watch it. Log on to Poob right now. Go to Poob. Dive into Poob. You can Poob it. It's on Poob. Poob has it for you. Poob has it for you. VIP with the giant alien babies is so good. You know what? I gotta look this shit up. Dropout. TV. Oh, okay. It is a subscription streaming service thing. Wow. It looks like it has tabletop on it, too.
Do you have a P.O. box set up yet? Or a Burning Man wish list?
I don't. No, neither one. Neither one yet, her hunting. Still figuring that shit out. Sorry. When I know, you'll know. Wow. Yep. Game changer. Cloudward Ho. Make some noise. Dirty laundry. Oh, very important people. VIP. Very important people. Okay. Parlor room. Smarty pants. Gastronauts. How much is it? $7 a month, huh? Or you can get the first year discount for $56. Interesting. Another streaming service. But oh, that's what I'm saying. Another streaming service? Jesus Christ. How many do you fucking need, bro? This one's pretty decent. Yeah. It was the web series that made such illustrious skits as "When Do Women Fart?" and "My Weed Dealer is a Chimpanzee." Those sound like great names, man. They sound like phenomenal names. But you can watch most of it on YouTube as well? Okay. Okay. Damn it, Bane's joke of the day. If you boil a funny bone, it becomes a laughing stock. That's pretty humorous. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. I'll let you have that one. That was all right. When did we get the Zeke streaming service where it's just him smashing things all the time? Oh my God. If I could get, like, honestly, if I get, like, paid as much to smash things, would I even play video games? I don't know. I don't know if I'd even play video games. Holy fucking fuck.
The only streaming service I need is Twitch. More entertainment on channels like this over TV nowadays.
I know, I mostly watch Twitch. I watch Twitch and YouTube, and every once in a while I'll watch some streaming. You know, if I hear there's a good series, I'll watch it, but a lot of my shit is on Twitch and YouTube, for sure. Ash, this one's for you, baby. Beautiful voice. So beautiful. Zeneo78 with 12 fucking years. 12 years. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of years. Holy fucking moly. Thank you, Zeneo. That's the longest. I think the year is 12 is the max that I have had my subscription button. I think, oh my God, this month it changes over to 13, doesn't it? August. I think August is when I start getting 13 years from those of you fucking weirdos who've been around that long. Son of a bitch. Nick Tassick, what do you get if you cross a rooster with a flea? An itchy cock. True.
Yorkin.
There are streamers who crash out deliberately for views. Yeah, I haven't had a crash out in a while. I think I'm about due. I'm about due a crash out for sure. A subscription having person. Yeah, anybody who was there that day, man. There's, yeah, DJ Bahamut, fuckers need to get a life. What is 13 years? 13 years is 156. 156. Yarg! That's right, man. You were there. You remember DJ Bahamut with the first tag by the name. Keys, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you. You got to break a desk to break in your new place. I haven't broken anything in this new place yet because I'm renting. I don't want a chance throwing the fucking controller against the wall or anything. And like, you know, having to pay for that when I leave out of my security deposit. Okay, to give you the gist of VIP Zeke, it's a talk show. The guest is put in makeup and costume and they don't see until just before they go out on set, and then them and the host have to make up the whole thing as they go. Oh, it's all improv. Okay, so they're like a celebrity that's in... Okay, I get that. That sounds fun. Sounds like a cool thing. I'm coming up on 100, but I need to think of a good if-then suggestion because you already played GTA Vice City and Heavy Metal. Fact. Yes, I did. I did indeed. Yeah, a good portion of Dropout is improv. It seemed like that. Yeah, it seemed like that. And that it's weird that they are charging money for improv and people are paying it. That's fucking insane.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
We can only play chill games now with nothing to get mad at. You know, games like Dave the Diver or Abe's Odyssey. Jada Day.
You wouldn't think I could get mad at those, but I can. I had to make this after this week's drop frames. The music is a problem. No copyright music refund me, I guess. Okay, let's find out. Let's find out what this new soundbite is, buddy. All right. What is the newest one? I think that's... Oh, no, it's not. That's not Asshole Mio.
Wait till biggest stickers hears of this.
Wait till biggest dickus hears of this.
Wait till biggest stickers hears of this.
That means this one.
Oh, I am an idiot. I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
Co is an idiot. Gotta go. Excuse me. In its place, we're gonna put this one, whatever this is. Oh my God. Did you make that? You guys gotta hear this. Did you make that, Khalif? It's so good. And it's replacing another Co one, which is seems like serendipity, but here we go.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Holy shit, that's good.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Fuck, that's good, man. That's a great edit. And we're gonna call that, what did you call it? You called it My Name Is. Okay. All right. We're gonna call that one, yeah, Co Shady. There we go. Co Shady C3.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Man, that's some talent, man. We might leave that one on there for a round. We might have to skip deleting that one for a round. That one is so good. All right. Let's save the profile. There we go. All right, we got it. Okay, one more time before we begin because it's just too good. C2 is what it's on. It's on C2.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco
Carnage. Go Carnage. Oh man. Eminemberville. That's good. Yep. Eminemberville. Dude, that's so good. I'm so pleased with that. Hey Scott, by the way, how's the Persona playthrough going? Is it still going? It can't be still going, right? On the reruns? It never ends. Yeah, you don't realize how much 250 hours is until you have to play it every week. It actually restarted and nobody noticed. It would not surprise me. I wonder how much, like, I would love to see a side-by-side comparison of me before I start, or at the start of Persona 5 and at the end of Persona 5 and see if it aged me at all, or if I've gained weight or something to show, like, this is how much time has passed since you started playing this game. 250 hours, how many times did you replay it? That's funny, Lurker. None times. I played through it 1 time. Oh, there's actually quite the change, really. Okay. That's weird. And that was before I was doing CD Ramathon, right? Because it went from December into January, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I had some breaks to do jobs for Twitch. That's right. That's when I was doing a bunch of shit for them. I remember. Oh, I miss those days, man. Those were good days. Those were good times. Good times. Going to Comic-Cons and PAXs and stuff and doing all the interview shit. That was a fun 2 years. My longest streak was playing Yakuza 0 to 6. Man, did I play the franchise from beginning to end? Yeesh. I can't even fathom doing that these days. It's actually been really cool to reminisce, and there's actually been old Last Week in Zeke shown during it. Oh, really?
Make sure to wish
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done?
Siri, play Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit.
Siri, play Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit. I don't know. That might have got it 1 or 2 people. Always like that. Regis, thank you for the 126 months. Z couldn't make it through a whole single Yakuza game these days. I did indeed. Not enough gun, didn't I? I played through the pirate one. I played all the way from start to finish on that one, I think, right? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. $30.1 hours? Yes, I did. I think. No, I played through the Samurai one on my own, though. I did that on my own time. That doesn't count Wax. We're talking about specifically ones that I did on stream. The Twitch AI is probably confused by the fact that this channel is with the most Emberville mentions. Yeah. Yeah, if there's enough Gambit, and I can finish any game, really. Yeah. True. There's the ad break we've been waiting for. All right. Just to let you know what's coming up this week. Today we're doing Dismantle for enshem75, who was the if-then winner for July. A new game. Well, not a new game. New to me game. I never heard of it before. Came out in 2021, so it came out 5 years ago. So that's what we're doing today. Tomorrow we have a sponsor stream to start the day with Archon Soul. Brand new dice building, deck building game that we're going to play for a couple hours. And then I'm going to ask you guys, like, what should we play after that? Because I've got a few games that from Indie Day that I would love to put more time into. I'm thinking Photomaly. I'm thinking I want to jump back into Photomaly and see where that goes. See if we can finish it. It seems like a game that you can finish in a day, or even less than a day. We were promised horsey game. No, you were not promised. No one makes promises on this channel. But we do have Desktop Explorer, and The Incident at Galley House, and Mold Rise. Those are the other games that all of them, man, it was a banger of an Indie Day, dude. It really was a banger of an Indie Day. No, I didn't continue Saros. No. My off-stream game time has been really cut short because of the position of my office. It's upstairs, and all the stuff happens downstairs. So that's why Katie and I, when we're looking into a house, we're thinking about getting a ranch style, like a single-level house. So, like, both of our offices are on the same level, so I can play video games and not feel, like, completely separated from the entire house. Like, I'm isolated up here. It feels weird. No, I did not beat Photomaly. But it feels like I could. That's one of those things. It feels like I could. No, stairs. It has nothing to do with stairs, guys. I don't mind stairs. Fuck's sake, man. I'm not. How fat do you think I am? Good Lord. All of you with this fucking stairs bullshit. I don't give a fuck about stairs. I just want to be on one level. You know, I hate being on a different level than, you know, I feel like if I came up here to play video games, I would be like a teenager going to their room and, you know, even though I wouldn't close my door, it felt like it, you know, like I was just sitting here in my own little world and she'd have to walk all the way up the stairs to say, you know, dinner time or whatever. Anyways, that's why I haven't been playing a bunch of video games off stream.
Fat boned Zeke.
Like I used
Not
to.
fat. We are all gentlemen. Here's exit.
All right. Anyways, thank you, Cold Age with 61 months. Fat boned Zeke. I'm not fat or fat boned. I'm pleasantly, slightly overweight. Yeah, Ryu, you're 6'3", 283. I'm 6'1", 260-ish. Maybe 250 since I've lost weight. Everybody said I've lost weight since I moved here. Which I can actually sort of believe because of how hot it is and how much I sweat. I've been fatter. It's true. I've been fatter. All right. Anyways, you guys ready to jump into this dismantle? All right, Enshem, if this doesn't go well, I'm blaming you. All right. This is the game. Dismantle. Ascend from your shelter. Ruin everything. Escape the wretched island. Explore. Fight. Level up. Survive. Gather. Craft. Harvest. Hunt. Build. Farm. Solve puzzles. Fish. Cook. Live. Enjoy the bittersweet post-apocalypse. This game came out in November of 2021, so it's about 5 years old. Developed and published by 10 Tons Limited. Looks like it's $19.99 on Steam. Let's give her a go, man. Oh, mods? No. Just play. Just play. You lost it because of all the stairs you've had to climb. Oh, yes. Indeed. Enshem, are you here even? I don't even know if Enshem's here because when it's your game, you usually, like, if there's any big choices to make. Ah, you are here. There you go. Is there anything, like, specific you want, like... Like you want me to know or like versions that you want me to play or whatever?
The intro kinda looks like Dying Light.
Okay. Rotate minimap. Okay, whatever. Friendly fire. Co-op collisions. Or co-op. All this co-op shit. Don't care. Okay. All right. We'll figure that out. Graphic. There we go. Go high. Depth field, bloom filter. Okay. I'm not seeing anything that we normally disable. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yep. Elohimel, it's just it was a leftover from Indie Day. Yep. Yep, I turned it off. Thank you. Have it on. Thank you for the 6 fucking years. Fuck yeah, dude.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco.
There you go. Thank you for the 6 years. Any excuse to play that now, I'll take it. Oh, did you say there was a toggle? Oh, temperature unit in Celsius. No, thank you. Clock format, 24 hours. I can handle that. I don't mind 24-hour clock thing. But Celsius, I won't even know how hot it is. Yeah, there's copyrighted music. Streamers can disable to avoid having to clear copyrights for videos. I don't care. I'm gonna leave it on. Oh, it's mostly this acoustic guitar music. Oh, good. Okay. Nah, do whatever. Okay. Thank you, enshem. All right. Accessibility. Show emojis. Colorblind mode. Reduce blinking effects. Oh, trypophobia triggers? Really? The tiny holes? Really? How come we don't turn that off? Don't you get DMCA'd? Not if it's live, I don't. If it's on a VOD, I would, but Twitch mutes it, or I just play it on YouTube and I don't make any money off of it. It just gets claimed, but fucking every YouTube video I ever put on there almost always gets claimed. So it's really hard to avoid copyrights if you're not, you know, super diligent about it. Did I finish Mold Rise? No, that's what's coming up this week. This week is gonna be all like a bunch of the indie games that we played on Indie Saturday. I'm gonna revisit them because they were really good. Desktop Explorer, Photomaly, Mold Rise, and the incident at blah 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 manor or whatever. And also, it's nice to have a channel you come and do that gives you the full game experience without worrying about the money being made off VODs. Yes, I like that too. Yeah.
Coggers.
Thank you, Sunogdi, with the 15 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Maniac. All right, looks good. Let's play. Okay. What is this show emoji shit? That's just for co-op stuff, right? I'm not changing to Celsius. You can eat a dick. I don't know really how much that matters. Vince giving a sub to Show D's. All right, let's just start. Fuck it. Whatever.
This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station. Everyone will be provided a safe transit as soon as possible.
And that really doesn't count as AI
We all
because
do
it's
what we must,
just a text-to-speech
just
voice
to
they
survive,
use, right?
Just to exist. When our society started to collapse, I was prepared.
It's like my announcer,
My
New Zealand
underground
lady.
shelter was filled with food and supplies, but that was years ago. Nothing's left now. I have no idea what awaits me at the surface, but I can't stay here. All I know is that there's supposed to be an evacuation site to the east. I need to
To the
get there.
east.
I need to escape this wretched island.
East. Remember, we're heading east. This doesn't look so bad. Whose campus is? Mine now. Oh. Okay, let's upgrade our gear. No, I don't have plant matter or scrap fabric. Or metal or wood. Okay. I have nothing. No thing. Okay. Yes, I played Inscription to one of the endings. Ah, there's my scrap wood. Oh, okay. Upgrade the crowbar and break through the obstacles. 2 scrap metal, 5 scrap wood. Okay. Oh, did I just not pick it up? Oh, I didn't pick it up? What the fuck? Fuck you. Okay. It says I need one more scrap metal and I can't break the barrels. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. One more scrap metal. Oh, gotta hold it down. Okay. No, don't. Oh my god, don't do that. Son of a bitch. Is it? Rotate the camera, eh? Oh, middle mouse button. Okay. No, Q and E to do stuff. There we go. Middle mouse button will rotate. Okay. Okay, so all the stuff you collect will go into your... Okay, will go into this material storage at a camp. I'm guessing they... transfer between them? Okay. Okay, I need 15 of each. Four scrap plant matter. Okay, so plant matter. Okay, still good. All right. Oh, come on. Hold down and drag. Oh, control the camera. Right, right. Oh, search it. Yeah, give me some fabric. Oh, yeah. Super limited inventory space, which, to be fair, I am not mad at. I kind of like that you don't have to carry around every little piece of scrap you find. Okay, cooking pot, cooking recipes.
All working evacuation transports are outbound. Please keep calm and remain to us. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Okay. Oh god, is it I? It is I. Fuck. What is tab? Tab is nothing, it looks like. You gotta be kidding me. There. There we go. Okay. Oh. It doesn't show my storage inventory? Oh, come on. Oh, collection. Hey, there we go. Now it has all my stuff. Okay. Okay, I have enough plants. I need 3 scrap. And 15, 15, 10, 4. Okay. Ex-human scrapper, a melee-oriented ex-human that finds strength in numbers but is relatively harmless by itself. Yep. Does it have compass directions anywhere? Okay, Eastern Gate. This way's east, but does it have like no compass, huh? To tell me which way's east and north and blah blah blah. Tomato, red and juicy fruit that grows in bushes. Okay. And juicy fruit, it's gonna move ya. Okay. There we go. I want to upgrade my backpack right away. Yep. Okay. Just need 9 more scrap wood. Okay. Oh, it refreshes the enemies too. Fuck me. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh. What if I go back here and I go... Aha! Okay. So you can treat it like a fucking bonfire then. Alright. Cool enough. Game says the enemy has strength in numbers, big brains, each trigger each enemy on the map at once. Hey, I just want to see what happened, man. Just want to see what would happen. New quest, fast basketball. Reach XP level 5. Okay. What? Oh, hey, another. Look at that. Some basic equipment is needed to even have a chance of survival. Find a map at Link Tower, upgrade your backpack, level up. Well, I did upgrade my backpack, so that's good. Find a map at the Link Tower. Oh, I don't tell you. This is Eastern Western Gate. Hello? Doggy? You are now level 2. Oh, return to campfire and invent a new recipe that will help you in your journey. Okay. Throwing knives. Oh, right here. Okay. And a cooking pot. Okay, so I just know how to make these now. I just need the materials. Okay, not too huge. Not too huge. I'm looking for ceramics, which I haven't found yet. And, oh, I can make one of these if I get fabric and plastics. Okay. Tomato soup. Max hit points plus 5. Max hit points. That's cool. Oh, look at that. Son of a bitch. Fun fact, if you play all the DLCs for the game 100%, it can be up to 200 hours to beat. That is a fun fact. Or is it? Is it fun? Okay. Can I feel like I should be able to get ceramics. There we go. I can get them. Well, fuck's sake. There we go. Bingo. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, I need one more plastic. Son of a bitch. There we go. Cooking and eating gives permanent upgrades to various stats. Nice. The survivor does not have to eat to stay alive. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, gods of gaming. I don't have to eat to stay alive. Oh, my God. Hey, Binary Viking, did I thank you for 67 months? I didn't, because I would have done this. Nice, 67 months. Oh, cook. Max hit points. Do I have to eat it from my inventory, or do I got him, right? If I make it, I just eat it automatically. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Oh, was that it? I just need one more plastic, right? Yeah, let's go. Throwing knives. Limited number of uses. Uses are automatically replenished. Automatically replenished when you visit a campfire. Great quality of life stuff for this game. Oh, there it is. I get 3. Okay. They're pretty powerful too, which is nice. Oh, there we go. Backpack. Oh, can I pin a bunch of shit there? Or just one at a time? I mean, backpack is what I want most importantly. But can I pin a bunch of shit or just the one thing? A few things. Okay, good. Cool. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Well, as far as quality of life, this game is doing pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, you can't hit more than one thing at a time, though. That kind of, What are you gonna do? Nope. Nope. Oh, okay. Wow, you can go fast with those. You can just fire one out if you want. You don't really need to hold it down that long. Okay, 25. Man, you probably wind up staying at fucking campfires a shitload, huh? Oh, man. Oh, and they turn nice green if you have them all. That's swell. There you go. That. Thank you. Oh, I didn't sleep. Campfires first respawns. Respawns the monsters. However, there is a way to stop the monsters from coming back. Probably solve their graves. So, stop monster respawning. Okay, the monsters there reanimate each time you rest a campfire. There must be a way to stop them. Invent Link Tower Toolkit. Install deadly transmission to a link tower. Oh, I need to be level 7 for this. Okay. So it said find the link tower. Or find a map at the link tower, but it doesn't tell me where the link tower is. Oh. Never mind. Holy Jesus, this place is huge. Okay. So for a map of the area, get the tower, sure. Okay. Okay. Ah, mini map. Okay. Here, let me move myself just slightly over there so I can see stuff. This is the start of the beginning of a long journey, but thankfully the basics are now in place. Perfect. Alright, upgrade my crowbar. I need 3 more metals. Damn it. Okay. That bathtub should be worth a bunch. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So I can now upgrade my crowbar. I can't get any more of that anyways. $16 damage. Now I can bash more stuff. It jumps up quite a bit. Okay, 3 hits now. That's nice. Ow! Ass. Oh, okay. So you get a little bit of time to run away. That's good. I'm sure eventually you get to know like which things are worth breaking for the most materials and shit. Fuck. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's a bunches of them. Bitches got you. Okay. Did you know that if you rearrange the letters, the name Zeke, add some other, and replace some, you got the word dumb? I suppose. Yeah, that's level 12 lockpick. Not even close. What level am I? I'm only level 2 right now, right? Yeah, level 2. Okay. I'm getting close to level 3. There's the big guy. Come on, dude.
Keep doing what you do best.
Let's get him. This is what happens when JP goes outside. Oh, man. Tough but fair. A new invention. I invented the baseball cap. He would make ridiculous claims like he invented the baseball cap. I'm not sure what happens when I die. Blue eye orb, huh? Yeah, maybe I should just go this way. Because I already cleared the path. Okay. The hurler. Need lockpick. Okay. All right, what do I need for a new backpack? 2 more leaves? There we go. And looks like 13 more wood. Aha, I can drop it. Look at that. Cool. Okay. What up, Bisha? Oh, by the way, can you please tell me how to pronounce your name correctly? I am just guessing here. You haven't, you've never corrected me, which is nice of you. Is it Pishka or Paishka? Like a piece of pie, or I'm taking a pee? Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub to Holly Severoth. Paishka. So I was saying it right. Okay, not bad, not bad. Go me. Oh, fuck off, dude. This world seems dangerous. To survive, you need to further equip yourself. Invent a cooking pot. Cook any food recipes. Craft throwing knives. I've done this, right? And yep, there it is. 1500 XP. Quest complete. Bingo. And a new fucking campfire. Let's go. Bonfire. Oh, pack rat. Hit points. Start gathering mushrooms, bird eggs, and other useful items that can be found in the wilderness. My gut says pack rat. What do you guys think? I'm gonna eventually probably need more hit points. Gather more cooking. Oh, cooking recipes for permanent upgrades. Okay. Okay, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. Symbol app provides limited protection. Throwable throwable damage 10%. Damage block 5%. Okay. But I really want the backpack first, though. Bag of blood. A fresh reserve of blood to keep hemoglobin. Oh, it just gives me max hit points. Okay. Okay. Where am I at with the backpack? I need 9 more wood. Okay. Oh, let's search it first. Search it first. Now we can smash it. There we go. Better backpack. Nice. Okay. And now, okay, we're gonna take no. Crack that. Crack that. Okay. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. I want to... There we go. Untrack this. And this for now. Will that put the other 2 that I have? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Throwing knives, bag of blood, baseball cap. All right, leaves. There we go. Give me leaves. Always something to do. Oh, C3 for you, Geruto-san. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Is that what the one you wanted, or do you want C2? There we go. No, we are not playing Digimon today. Oh, it's a trinket. Okay, has a special effect when equipped to a trinket slot, craft more trinkets. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Inventory, trinket. Oh, good. It's already there. Cool. And I have 30 HP. Perfect. This is actually a pretty fun game. Not so far. All right. Baseball cap. Yeah, I need a bunch of other shit for baseball cap. Oh, you can upgrade the bag of blood too. Okay. All right, evacuation site. Oh, LinkedIn Tower Toolkit. I need a level 7 for that. So we'll just keep going east. That guy's dead. Okay, that guy's permanently dead. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, here's the title sequence. Let's go. Nerdy Dude, thank you for the 54 months.
Game Daisy's looking different, Kappa.
Thank you, Smithy. Copyright music playing the speakers. Oh yeah, gonna get this stream muted on the Twitch VODs. Is this 1.0? I mean, yeah, it's been out for 5 years. Apparently has a bunch of DLC that could make the game last for like 200 hours, apparently. I'm now level 4. New invention, a shovel. And a flashlight. And a sleeping bag. Jesus. Ooh, chance of finding extra materials when searching. Animal friend. Ugh. Yeah, I gotta go with the new slot, man. I gotta go with the new slot. One more slot for storing shit. Oh, wait. Okay. Is there... Okay, quick question. Is there a way to, like, change what I'm tracking from here, or do I have the rest of the campfire? Have to rest? Okay. Plastic, wood, metal, cloth, basically everything. It's our fearless king from the Crown Station. Wonder what happened to him. This is death. Oh, so you hit him in the back unnoticed? Maybe a little damage bonus? I guess I didn't need to go in there. Ah, there's the scrap electronics. In the character screen, you can change what you want to track. There's a tab. All the items, recipes. Nope. No. Recipes. Oh, okay. So you can do that. Okay, okay. So I can track shit from here. But not upgrade material. Oh, yeah. What is that? This. Around a smooth container brimming with power. Okay, well, I guess we'll find out what happens with that later. Carrot. Oh, fuck. There we go. Okay, I only have one recipe though. Can I break the TV now? Nope. I need to upgrade my damage to 20. Oh, read. Okay. All leave has been suspended until further notice. Oh, leave. Okay. No. Oh. Oh my God, I can smash the toilet paper to give me cloth. Look at that. Okay, electronics and plastic from a phone. Okay, I can go make a sleeping bag now. But I don't want to yet, because it'll just respawn all these enemies. as you might imagine, there's seems to be a lot of grinding in this game. Where you just gotta hit shit and... Okay. I need plastics, is what I need.
For those of you thinking of building your private underground shelters, I say this. Is that really something that will help your neighbors? Or is it an act of pure selfishness? Something that only a snake would do?
Snake!
This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Plastics. Yes, plastics. I need 10 more to get a fucking... to get a baseball cap. And a fucking shitload more to get a goddamn shovel. Yes, it is definitely Twitch text-to-speech. God damn, dude. And now I have to run back and store it. Barracks and motor pool. Okay. Five. I need 13 more plastics. Oh, what? Monster looks extremely dangerous. I should be careful so it doesn't see me. Oh. Well, shit. Oh, just the crafting station. Okay. Okay. There you go. 20 damage crowbar now. Good. Yeah, ceramic for a crowbar is a little weird. Was it 20 on these? Yeah, there we go. Okay, these give me ceramic and metal. Need plastic. Plastic, asshole! Guessing wood. Yep, okay. Fabric, maybe plastic? Oh! Oh, just fabric. What is this shit? Scrap. Real fabric. Okay. Different stuff. You got that reference? A little George Carlin reference for you? Yep. Electronics and scrap metal. Okay. Plastics. Yes. All right, 2 more and we're good. Wait, not 2 more. I actually need fucking 15 more. All right, fuck it. Let's make it. Let's make our shit. I never slept with a 10, but one time I slept with 5 2s. Oh shit, did I not make one? Oh, I'm out of plastics. Fuck. Sleep 6 hours. That was refreshing. 11 max hit points for the next 5 hours. That's cool.
Way too hot for
Damn,
a witty
dude.
comment.
It is way too hot. Thank you, Facists, with the 50 months. Oh, that's just straight up metal. This is just gonna give me metal and fabric, right? Yeah. I need plastics, asshole. Oh, ceramics, yep. Nope, nope, nope. I need a plastic asshole. There we go. Why does that box have plastic in it? That's weird. Okay, so those trash bags are the best source of plastic. Or the easiest, I guess. Okay. I'd really like there to be music, too. There's no music playing. Island Aerospace Center. Vincent giving a sub to Javi Design. Welcome back, Javi. Oh, shit. Give me some fucking berries. There we go. Oh, damn it. What are we getting rid of? Let's get rid of... Okay. Yeah. I can get those anywhere. There we go. Berries. Berries? Mysterious obelisks. These are strange obelisks all over the island. Find out if they can be useful somehow. Inspect 3 different obelisks. Okay. I don't remember seeing these obelisks on ever before on the island. I should inspect more of these. Okay. Eggs! Eggs! Good source of protein laid by a variety of different species such as birds and reptiles. All right. Obelisk. Fishing spot. Timed crate. Oh, the monster guy. Okay. So you can get it, it's just timed. Okay. Oh, mushrooms. Okay, I'll come back to the spot. I'd really like to find another campfire that's not too far away, but it doesn't look like there is one. I love eggs more, but more important is hot dogs. Okay. Oh, eggs. Wait. Okay. Oh, I should probably rest too. Yeah. My health is pretty bad. Hide. I haven't found hide yet. Haven't found rubber yet. Haven't found iron yet. No hide yet. No iron. Okay. All right, let's do this timed event. Hold on, where was the... Oh, did I fuck up? Oh, it's right out there. Okay, it's outside. Okay. All right. So, what up, El Gavati? Still going bald? I haven't stopped, I guess. So, yes. So I'm 3 seconds too late on this. I think that means I have to open this up. So I can just come straight down here and... Yeah, in order to do that, I need to get my damage 25. And I don't know if that's the next upgrade. Yeah, so I run straight down here. I go in there. Okay. Oh, I gotta upgrade it twice before before the crowbar will work for that. Okay. Oh, it just digs. Okay. It doesn't strike. Okay. What do you think of Ryan Gosling's new Ghost Rider? It's about time they had a good actor there. Not that I don't like Nick Cage or anything, but
Welcome back,
Nick Cage is too Nick Cage to play a cool Ghost Rider, in my opinion. I'm hopeful as well.
This is co-carnage. Make sure to wish this co-carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my God!
What have I done? What have
Oh! No! I might be able to go around that way. God damn it, you guys, stop it. Nick was great at Spider Noir. No, I don't. I believe it. But when they wrote Ghost Rider, they wrote it for Nick Cage, which I thought was funny. Which made it, honestly, kind of hard to take seriously. Oh God! Well, there's my first death.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Thanks, Pit, for the bits beat. Bits beat. Thanks for the pits beat. You know what I meant?
This is co-carnage. Make sure to wish this co-carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my God!
What have I done? What have I done?
Thanks again for the bits. Also, Illumination, thank you for the 73 months. So, do I just drop my shit? Is that, like, the consequence? Oh, nope. There we go. Get out. Get out. Ow. Okay. So, I don't know. I don't think that's faster though. That's the thing. Okay, I better just rest, go home. Go home. Okay. Yes, I would love to see Keanu Reeves do another Constantine. For some reason, he fit that role pretty well, even though it was very, very not canonical to the comic book. All right, so go down here. Yosh! No!
Z Club, Z Club, Z Club, Z
Okay,
Club.
no. I don't think that way is faster. So I think I just forget about it for now. Because I don't have the, yeah. Yeah, even if, like, if I upgraded my damage 25, I could just tear this down and get it from this way. I'm only 3 seconds behind, though. Oh, just, okay. So it doesn't give me any gasoline or anything. Oh, rubber! Oh, I can't damage it with this tool. Yeah, the Slim Carnage, it is pretty great, right? Yeah, that was made by Khalif, I believe. Oh, shit, I'm now level 5. Nice. New invention, sickle. That sounds fun. Shock absorber. Okay. I can make the baseball cap, the flashlight. Can I make both? I can almost make both. Oh, rubber dropped? I didn't even see the rubber drop. Oh, XP from storing materials? Oh, man. Or get Pack Rat 2. Goddamn, what do you guys think? Shit. Yo, Super Mutant 152. Getting close to 13 years, dude. XP? Yeah, XP. Yep. XP is good. We love XP. All right, what's this? The sickle. Agricultural cutting down. Oh, foliage and bushes at once. Oh, there it is. Now you can cut down shit at once. Okay. Okay.
Give me them titties.
Gonna make a fancy hat.
Give me them titties. I wanna see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I wanna see your asshole.
An important fact that people seem to ignore: if a zombie apocalypse ever happened, a third of the population will probably deny the existence of zombies because humanity as a whole is fucking stupid.
Right.
Also, tennis elbow.
I don't know what tennis elbow. I don't know what you're trying to say. But thank you for the bits there, Heldon. Okay, so throwable damage versus monsters plus 10%, and block. It will block 5% damage. Okay. Oh, dodge roll speed. Sure, why not? Let's do it. What are we missing? We need 4 more plastics for the flashlight. 2 more levels to get this. Tennis elbow is what you get from repeatedly hitting someone. It hurts. Oh, I know what tennis elbow is. Oh, you'd get tennis elbow from hitting zombies? Is that what the correlation there? Jesus Christ. Seed bag. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Nope. Nope. Can't dig underneath. What's this? Can I dig this? Looks like something I can dig. Nope. Really just need 3 seconds. I don't want to do that. Go down there, that's fine. I'm gonna try it again. Can you unlock skin like Fortnite? I don't know. I don't know. So this way and around, huh? Yeah, might could do. So if I get most of the obstacles out of my way, I might be able to shave. 3 seconds is a lot for how short that run is. All right, let's try it. Here we go, and go. Still 3 seconds. Yeah. Oh, there's rubber. Okay. Yeah, I'm not even close, man. That needs 60. Yeah, I can't break the fence until I have damage of 25. And that's 2 more levels of crowbar.
What would
see,
be
upgrade
your
damage to
profession in
25,
the zombie
and the next
apocalypse
upgrade
if
is
you would wind up
24.
in a survivor camp?
Oh, wait a minute. I see something. I see something, I'm saying something. No, this is a 5-year-old game. EJ. Okay. Yeah, monsters can be permanently killed. Oh, there's one right there. Maybe that'll do. Oh, look at that. Maybe that's closer. It was closer. It was way closer. We did it. Okay. Exploring's going great, Lurker. Thank you for asking. What's this? Open the gate! Open the gate! It is sealed until link relays have been activated. Okay. Terminal requires authentication from Crown Station, but the link relays are not active. Okay, so I need to... Okay. I need to activate all 4 of them to get through this. Okay. Ah, there they are. All of them. Yep. All right, all right, all right, all right. Ah, they do show them. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, just because they're here, they're not active. I have to activate them with the Link Tower Toolkit, don't I? So I need to get to level 7, huh? I see there's a time box here. Oh, it's... Yeah, I need 25. Yeah, see, the next level's 24, so I need 2 levels in order to break chain link. Or 60 to break walls, I guess. Resources do not respawn as far as I can tell. There's a finite amount of resources, but they're everywhere, so. Alright, let me make a flashlight. Okay, so the crowbar needs... Oh, ceramics and rubber, of which I cannot farm rubber from tires yet because I don't have whatever it needs. It needs a new item. Hide I have not found yet. Oops. No, I have not found a recipe for a rub or an axe yet. You can force spawn it by pressing Shift F12, then Alt F4. Thank you, Miss Farrell. If I need help, I will remember that. Remember that, guys. Shift F12, Alt F4. T-Jar, thank you for the 33 months. What would your profession be in a zombie apocalypse if you wound up in a survivor camp? What would my profession be? I don't have any zombie apocalypse marketable skills. I'd just be like a grunt, and then at night I'd put on like Mad Max style plays where it's like, looky at the wall. Remember the before 4 times. I'd be that guy. Or I'd be the Thunderdome guy. Listen up, everyone. Dying time's here. I'd be that guy. Yeah, the storyteller, the sage, who told stories of before the apocalypse, and the boomy holes, and the wordy books. Okay. So I need levels. I need to gain levels. Or I need rubber and ceramic. Expert lockpick. Fuck off. Look at him. He's just a raggedy man. Did you demo some voices for Kodo Emberville by any chance? No. No, he didn't even ask me. Didn't even ask a guy if he wanted to voice any characters in his game Emberville. He asked professional voice actors, as if that's gonna make the game better. No, it's a running gag, Zakas. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Ah. He called Ben Star Ben Fart today? Well, that's his prerogative, I guess. If you're paying the guy, you can call him whatever you want, probably. Voice actors have very little pride in themselves. I guess I just gotta go out and explore more. I gotta level up and figure out how to get rubber. Well, I can't get in there. Let's go north, I guess. Ooh, shit, that guy almost got me. Iron. Need that for stuff, I think. Pretty sure. Plastic is always good. Yep. Plastic and ceramic. I need ceramic. Yeah, you can change the camera as much as you want, but I like having the camera face north. Oh, mushrooms. Yeah, I don't think I can even do anything to the car yet. Yeah, I gotta get my damage up to level 70 before I can even think about dismantling a car. Alright, where? All the way the fuck over there. And I am almost dead. So, I think I should rest. And then just make a dead run for that fucking tower. Because those are, if I'm not mistaken, those are also fast travel points. Once you unlock them, right? Oh, and let's do a, oh, what's the new thing? Oh, expert lockpick, right, yeah. I am so far away from that. I'm not sleepy. I slept like 11 hours ago. Oh, really? Okay. You can only do it so often. Okay. Place waypoint. There. Oh, it shows on the mini map. Okay. Well, shit. Oh, that was probably a bad idea, huh? Ah, the dog! Oh, that dog fucked my shit up. And I forgot this game is called Dismantle, so it makes sense that everything takes, you know, you have to do everything. Like, you have to dismantle everything. With your crowbar. Alright. Fast travel. Oh, invent and craft compass to unlock fast travel. Never mind then. Ben's giving a sub to Cap. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Level 10 for the fucking compass, man. So all these just, everything just requires a bunch of level ups. Okay, let's just go straight on this road and then go up when we hit here. Or not do that. Or completely not do that. What's this? Oh, an egg. Fucking 30. Fucking 24. The Packard family farm. Corn! A corn cob! Look at that! We got it! Oh, we need 5 more corn, though. Okay. Oh my god. Invent and craft seed bag, plant a seed, harvest crops. Ugh. Thank you, Wasabi, with 81 months. Oh, that's all I do. Okay. Spices? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, I need a seed bag first. Okay. That seed bag is... There we go. Oh, I just need four more cloth, and then I can make a seed bag. Okay. That's totally doable. Oh, God! Yes! Give me cloth. Oh, the wrong kind of cloth, of course. That's what I need. Oh, there's a clothing line outside. I didn't even see. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Good eye, good eye. One more. Oh, come on. Sometimes they give me cloth. There it is. Okay. Seed bag. Scrap fabric and plant matter. Okay. That seed bag took a fucking lot, though. Plant a seed. Where's my fucking, where's the seed bag? There we go. Okay. Oh, to plant carrots, I just need a carrot. It seems. 20 fucking minutes? Are you kidding me? Find a plant bed to plant the seed in. Use a hoe. And I dug them all up, didn't I? I dug up all the fucking plant beds because I'm a fucking stupid idiot. There you go. Fuck it. Okay. What is the fucking tool for the thing I need to get rubber? Oh, I can make a fishing rod now. There are some, yeah, I know. I need a tool to get it though. It says this tool does not work on that. I mean, will this work for that? I mean, I just need ceramic. I need 9 corn cobs for that. Okay. I just need... Okay. Going back to the suburbs. Oh, I need the basic lockpick for that. Yep. So I don't have a lockpick for that. Am I fucking out of my mind here? I am. Okay. That is just... Okay. I see. I see what they're doing. I need that link relay. Oh, link tower, link relay are different things. Okay. Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
Gathering points for the evacuation have been established.
All right.
Please move to your designated area. Take only what you need. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Okay, there is a timed crate I do want to get. Okay. Kill 5 X-humans, finish in 60 seconds. Clear the basketball field from enemies in 60 seconds. Sure. $3,000. 3,000 points. Let's go. Easy peasy. Sickle is ready too. Let's go. Let's craft ourselves a sickle. Okay. Nice. All right, let's find a tire and see if we can get it. Oh, where's that timed? Right down there. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, fuck, it's up there. Oh, is that a tire? That is a tire. Okay. Well, it will work. That tire just needs to be damaged 40. Or the sickle needs to be damaged 40. Need a smaller tire. Oh, fucking lockpick again. Okay. Okay. Fishing rod, any more scrap wood would, I don't know. I don't need to fish, do I? No, a power attack does more damage, you just gotta charge it up. Okay, ceramics and rubber. Not yet, but I'm getting sleepy. Okay. Okay. A tomb? Let's see what that tomb is all about. I've got a shovel now. I wonder if that means I can dig up the tomb. Fuck you! He didn't even have anything on him. Pizza. Eat it. Eat the pizza. Eat it. All right. Oh, here we go. Investigate. I remember those ancient stone formations. Nobody seemed to know exactly what their purpose was. Okay. That's helpful. Oh, fucking wolves. Oh, there now I'm getting hide. Okay. Nature's candy? Question mark? Now pizza is gonna send out for you. Oh, you're delicious. God, I can't wait for that new Spaceballs. I hope it's good. Fuck, it's probably not gonna be, but I hope it is. All visitors welcome. Holy shit, what is this guy? Well, that's fun. I don't like dying, he says. Okay, sure. I don't like dying. Okay. Oh, there's a tire. Yes, yes. Give me rubber. Give me fuel. Give me fire. Give me rubber. That's boom. Get there. There was a campfire right there. There you go. Get to that campfire. A 100-month month is November. Yeah, during GTA. I will not be playing GTA, and instead I will be playing all of your 100-month games. Or not all of them, but as many as I can cram into a month. Yeah. Okay. More ceramics. That's exactly what we need. We need lots more ceramics and rubber for our crowbar. Oh, where's the thing? Over here. Fishing allowed. Oh. People that reach 100 months being sub can pick a game. Oh, that's equal play. Yeah, okay, you're just explaining it. Yep. It's because everyone else will be playing GTA, and I'll be an oasis in that. I like being that guy. Like when there's a hype game that comes out, I'll be playing something else. I like being that person for you if I can be. Yes, and 6 hours minimum for your game choice. So, if I hate your game, I will still play it for at least 6 hours. Collection. Oh. Okay. Fishing pole. And I need just a little bit more wood for that. And we'll do some fishing for you.
And you will be the best background noise while we play GTA with fun.
And you'll be the best background noise while we play GTA. Oh yeah, absolutely. House full of good stuff. Look at that. More spices. Wood and cloth. Oh, shut up. There, eat shit. You got in the fridge? Oh, yeah. Oh, potatoes. All right, fishing rod coming up. There you go. We're still looking for level 7 so we can get the Link Tower toolkit. Oh, I can make bandages. Might as well do that while I'm here. Grab another special item. You can equip multiple special items and quickly switch them by pressing 2. Okay. Use to bind up wounds. Finally, a heal. Takes a long time to apply. Okay. 50% of HP. Cool. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. Nope. Oh, you know what? Hit me once. There you go. Two? Oh, I don't have another spot for it. Okay. Oh, fucking what do I need? Oh, I didn't replenish them at the campfire. Oh, because it didn't, whatever. Okay. Now just wait until it bites. A red herring, oh God. Hard to find a distracting fish of mystery. So do I have to do something for this to work? Because I said wait until it bites. Do I just wait and then I get the fish? Yep, that's it. That is it. No, you don't even have to reel or do anything. Oh. Okay. Okay. Anybody make any BRBs for this? Okay, good. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, one, okay. It's like a wishing well. Interesting. Oh, choose a reward. Spices? Hide? I mean, I should choose the rare one, right? Okay. It gives you everything back, which is nice. Okay. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Oh shit, dude. Yeah, okay. Oh, there is a limit though? Okay. Damn. That was easy though. Like that was a bunch of fish. Yeah, I think all the resources in the game are finite. Oh, I got to level 7. All right, multi-talented. Choose between 4 skills instead of 3 when leveling up. Eat edible materials you're carrying to regain hit points. Oh, you can replenish fish pools later with a tool. Okay. Okay. Well, I just got the bandages. I don't think I need that yet. Yeah, maybe we'll do that for future level ups. Okay, what do I need for you? Iron and electronics. Okay. Oh, sweatbands. Damn. Damage block 15%, cold protection, and material carry slots. Oh, that's cool too.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Conch.
Still good, man. Still good. Don't track that. Actually, you know what? We could probably make that, right? What do we have that is wanting of plastics? The backpack slot. Man, I don't use a lot of these. 4 uses, though. Alright. Just missing plastics. Okay. Okay. Oh no, it's gonna jump right here. Okay. I don't need to track the corn cob anymore. Yeah, I know he doesn't even use a sleeping bag. It's fucking ridiculous, right? Fucking, how do I untrack the fucking corn cob? Oh, is that the bottom of recipes? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, it's even further down. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I don't need to do that. What I do want to track, though, is the... Yes, the Link Tower toolkit for sure. The crowbar for sure. Yeah, okay. So that's what I need the most of. Iron and electronics. No. Yeah, and I don't have any recipes. Oh, I can make another tomato soup, though. Oh, I can't then. Intriguing. So I can only eat one thing at a time, or one thing gives me one upgrade and that's it. Back here, you prick. No! Fucking fuck my face. Fuck my face. Fucking serious? We serious there? Now we see if it's like Dark Souls where you get only one. Seems like it. Yep. You have to loot your body right away. Wheat! Yeah, I can cut trees down, but I don't have the tool for it. I need an axe, I guess. I'm guessing. Rubber, ceramic, iron, and electronics. Oh, there's that guy! No, 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 no. Zero? Oh my fucking lord. I thought it said you could switch it with 2. So it's not in this slot right here. It won't replenish at the fucking campfire. That's a little weird. Well, there we go. That was easy. Graveyard shift. According to notes on the table, the graveyard keeper was spooked by mysterious lights emanating from the back portion of the graveyard. He seemed to have locked the gate and buried the key at the grave with the largest tombstone around. Okay. Memory of the native inhabitants of the island. Original artifacts were discovered in 1917. Need the graveyard key. Okay. Nope, not there. There we go. Okay. I bet one of these digs up a zombie. Okay. Oh, we made it to the Stonehenge again? Yeah, the link relay should be right here. Okay, I got the, yeah, got that. But what's this? Oh, no, the link relay can't be down there. No way. Iron! Oh my god, yes, iron! Holy shit, I need that. Oh, 45. Okay. Sure. Oh, I need a rope and a hook. Of course I do. Of course I do. Can't be easy. What do I need for a rope and a hook? There we go. Oh, I have everything I need. Scrap metal and oh, I need 2 more cloth.
Have a great day, Zeke.
Thank you, then, Jahar. Zero again? I can only take 1 special item with me. Fuck's sake, man. What is this? Amber pills. Oh, a painless death. Oh, okay. They give you suicide pills, just in case you get stuck or something. No, not Ember pills. Amber pills. Different, but close, but different. They both make you want to die. Yes, electronics, please. Oh. I don't need any of this. Okay, cloth is good. I need 24 to damage a bed. Are you serious? Come on now. Okay, we're still looking for more iron, electronics, ceramics, and rubber. I broke the toilet. Did I not break the toilet? Oh, I didn't. Okay. Just a bad angle. Oh, I can't break the toilet. 24. I need the upgrade. There's something I can search the kitchen? Oh! Yeah, I totally missed it. Alright, I'll come back. There we go. Carrots and tomatoes. Oh, that's right. All I needed was more cloth. Okay. Now I can craft the rope and the hook. iron. Fuck am I gonna get iron? Oh, no. Maybe in the cave. Let's hope. Down we go. Zeke, what date are you leaving for the burn? Have you gotten approval? That PTO from Vincent? No, I haven't gotten approval for PTO because I don't get PTO. Homie. I just have TO, like I said before. But yeah, the leave date, my last stream will be probably August 25th. Before I leave, and then I come back. And my first stream back might be the 8th of August. Or September, excuse me. The 8th of September. Hey, Demois. Demois. Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate you. No, it is not a shorter drive from now. It's twice as long now. What is this place? I wonder what's inside that thing. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess I leave? Okay. Pretty soon I'm going to figure out what these things do. These blue eye orbs. Well, I got that one. Now. Oh, green means I did it. I got it. I'm done with it. Okay. Move. Okay.
Special message for the dear inhabitants of Capernaum. Your mighty walls will keep the monsters at bay. Sleep tightly. You are safe and loved. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Lettuce and onions, huh? Oh, a new recipe. Tomato soup spiked with hot spices. Permanent effect. Backstabbing damage plus 25%. Nice. Oh, I'm down 2 tomatoes. How many times have you played someone's Subversity game and they actually developed and worked on it? Not a lot. Not often. So that toilet I can break, huh? Weird. Oh, hey, look at this. Look at this. There's a tire. If you guys see rubber, do not let me not pick it up. Oh, fuck me. Okay, there's a campfire close. I'm looking for an old rubber. Yes. No. Okay. Yeah, I can't fast travel yet because I haven't made a compass, whatever that means. But I really need this. Hold on. Hold on. I need... Yeah, I need to be level 10 to get the compass, and I need iron, ceramics, and electronics. But to get that, I need to get the link tower kit first, and I don't know, like, a reliable place to get fucking iron. Or I don't know a reliable place to get rubber either. There's another
Why am I here?
fucking relay over
For the
here.
suffering and fat jokes.
Yikes. Okay, let's go to... If we're gonna do that, let's go to this one first then. Park bench for iron. Okay. God damn. Hunt animals by any means imaginable? Was what I did so weird? I just bashed it with something hard? Like my penis? Yes, campfire, bonfire. Okay. Maybe I should take Animal Friend now. Or Fast Learner. XP from everything plus 8%, yes! No question, no question. Oh, I can make a hoe now. Oh, it's gonna take out my ceramics though. Ugh. It's a one-time crap. Do it. I'm doing it. Ceramics was the only rare or weird thing that was in there, so I can handle that. Oh, there's the mana beads. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is my main goal. Iron and scrap electronics. If I can get those, then we're good. And I can make painkillers from mushrooms. That's fun. Oh, electronics.
Howdy. Zekfist.
152 months from the numbers man. Joe, what up, Joe? Still no iron. Shit. Okay. Much happier quit your job. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Also, Thracius with 19 after that. And Vincent giving us up to just numbers. You're just numbers. Just Joe numbers. Let's go. Give me more. More. Give me more. Yeah, the map's pretty big. This game's a pretty big game. Pretty big. Yep. Pretty big. Oh, gimme electronics. Or iron, there you go. Even better. I'm gonna be one short. That's not a park bench. That's just fencing. So now I know at those little power stations they have iron. So that's good to know. And now I've got a long journey to this fucking relay. Persona 5 sounds cool when you were away in August. Oh, doesn't it? Sounds cool. I'm trying to figure out what soundbite you want with that. I don't know which one it is. I don't know what soundbite you want. You requested one. And it's sound. Oh, Persona 5 sound for when you are away in August. You are playing a random sound. You're not adding one. And I don't have any Persona 5 sounds on my soundboard. So I'll just give you my favorite right now.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
There you go. I just wish I could tear the rubber off of those. Oh, it's like time and space are bent around this spot. Oh, really? Damn rubber and oh yeah, rubber and ceramics. There should be all sorts of materials inside of what? Look at all those tires.
This is Go Carnage.
Maybe.
Carnage.
Rubber!
Oh my
Rubber!
What have I done? What have I done? No!
I have enough. I just, fuck. Oh, get out of here. Bong. I know, that's why I'd stashed my shit. I knew I was low in health. Just so I wouldn't have anything in my inventory in case I could just continue on. Oh, what I should do, instead of getting the knife, is equip this and replenish them so I can heal on the go because I don't have any fucking... Because I don't have any, I need another inventory slot, apparently, if I want the knives and the bandages. A new elementary school will be built on this site. Jesus! Those guys suck ass. If I could just aggro one of them, that'd be nice. So that shit is like one hit? That puke is like one fucking hit? Okay, good. Just you. Just you, you prick. Oh, this guy sucks so much. He has so much health.
Avoid the coordinates E13 and U7 at all costs. Do not enter. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Oh, he can hit me through the fucking fence, but I can't hit him? That's fucking bullshit. Ah, damn, man. What the fuck do I do to this guy? Grab his dick and twist it. No, I need to save my iron. Oh, unlock a new slot by crafting 4 items for this category. Okay. Special items. Oh. Ah, shit balls. So I've only crafted, what, 2 items for that slot? Fucking lame. One more iron, one more electronics. Well, I guess I'm just grabbing all of you. Come on, let's all go. Let's have a conga line. This is, I mean, this reminds me so much of Dark Souls because I am just running to find a fucking bonfire. Hey, there's one right there. It counts! It counts! Let's go! It counts!
In our darkest tower, I implore you to stay vigilant.
Stay vigilant.
Emerge from this stronger than ever. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
The most Texas thing I've witnessed since being here? I mean, the most Texas thing is just the fucking eat, man. I learned how to make a hamburger. And some corn! 2 more corns! I don't know if that's enough. Yes! Oh, that's, I mean, you're right. DJ Muhammad, I'm sorry, you're right. The most Texas thing I've seen since being here is I watched Matthew McConaughey try to fuck an armadillo in a Buc-ee's parking lot. That was pretty Tejas, if I do say so myself. Oh yeah, he was high on mushrooms, if I'm not mistaken. If I don't miss my guess. Oh, I want electronics and ceramic. And iron. God damn, I need one fucking more iron. Everything. Just smash fucking everything. Oh, come on, toilet. Give me the good stuff, toilet. Ah, fuck you, toilet. $35 for that. There, fuck you. Today's special, potato and wheat? Oh, yes. Ceramic. All the ceramic. Give me all the ceramic. Oh, you beautiful bitches. Give me the ceramic. Oh, yes. Look at all this. Lovely ceramic. Opa! Oh, right. Okay, now I have 24. And oh my god, I only need 7 rubber to max it out at 28. So, but, however, I just need, well, what do I need rubber for? Oh, let me give me the outdoorsman. Yeah, give me the outdoorsman. Yeah, give me that boy. Beautiful. One more material carry slot. It's only one more fucking iron. Running speed plus 10%. Let's go. Three more plastics. Yep. I didn't even put it on? I didn't know I needed to equip it. Oh, I must have to equip it somewhere else. All right, let me get this first. Yes. Toolkit that enables installing transmitters to link towers. Transmitters have various effects such as stopping monsters from respawning. Enables getting mana beads. Progress. Oh.
This is co-carnage. This is co-carnage.
Fucking what?
This is co-carnage. Make sure to wish this
Oh my god! What have I done? What have I done? No! There. Okay. New outfit equipped. Thank you. Thank you, Spencer, for the bits. Knucklehead, thank you for the 98 months. Okay. No. That. Track that. Oh my god, track that. Track that so hard. Wait a minute, what? Oh, I can't. I'm not high enough level. Oh, track it. Right? There it is. Okay. Ceramic, electronics, and iron. As usual. Oh, I can smash tables now. Can't quite get chain link, but we're close. One more level and we can start busting down chain link.
Received your amber pill container. Do not be afraid to use it. It will provide you permanent rest. This is an automated recording.
It will provide you permanent rest. Oh yeah, the mini split. Plastics. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the voice to or text to speech voices. Yes, permanent is dead. Yes, they're telling you that you have a suicide pill if you should need to use it. Potatoes and wheat. That's today's special. There. Okay. Iron! Iron! No! Fuck you. I have it in my, I might not have it in my inventory, but I know I have the recipe for it. Iron. Yes. Iron, thank you. Iron and electronic. Oh, there's that fucking dude. We hates them, precious. We hates them. No. God, still need a more reliable place to get rubber.
Z-Cluv.
Thank you, Geiger Fox, with the 44 months. Appreciate you. Can I make hamburger? No, I only have one lettuce. I need one more tomato for this. And 3 more corns. Oh, I have a hoe. I crafted the hoe. This soil is not good for plants. Okay. Or it's not this, you know what I mean. Okay, so 4 more iron and we can start fast traveling. I think. Not quest. Oh, it won't show me. What level was the compass? Was it 9? Fuck you. Oh, and I made the flashlight too. Nope. I don't even know where the flashlight is. I made it. Said it would light our darkest hour. Yeah, I thought it'd be... Yeah, not tool. And it's not in special items. Fuck you! There we go. Compass. Yeah. Oh, compass is level 10. Fast travel's a bitch. Not yet, but I am getting sleepy. Oh my god, look at all the iron and shit. Fucking yeah, dude. Woo! All right, what am I looking to make here? The compass. Okay, I have enough to make the compass. I just need the levels now. I don't know what level I need for that. Or that. Okay, collection, let's... Don't track that. Don't track food! Okay. There we go. Oh, basic lockpick is 12, expert lockpick is 19. Yeesh. And mana beads. I need to do this before I can get mana beads. This enables getting mana beads. Okay. It's just straight on till morning, right there. Link relay straight ahead of me. Nope. Shit. Fuck. I already did this one, didn't I? Didn't I? What the fuck is in my fucking way? God damn it! Okay, so up through the parking lot and down to there. Okay, so yeah, I went way too far. Okay. It goes, okay. Trinket. Flashlight. Oh, the sweatbands too. Jesus, none of this matters. I have one trinket slot. Why do I even give a shit about lighting up the darkness? I can see fine. Does it do anything else? I'm gonna take that instead. Oh yeah, that's fucking way more useful. Sounds like there's a fucking T-Rex around here. Are you fucking... How do I get the fuck up another level? Oh, I must have to go through the cemetery, huh? I think I need to craft items to get more sleds. Oh no. There's a link relay. That stone tablet looks interesting. Did I do anything? Are they still after me? Okay, it describes a legend of the ancient folks who inhabited the island. Ecolian! Thank you for the 4 months.
The great blue tear dropped from the sky. With great thunder, it hit Mother Earth and ripped her open. This is how manna came to us.
Sexy.
The bittersweet gift from the sky.
Figure out what happened to the ancient island tribe. Okay. Let's go. There's no campfire near here? There's no campfire? There's no, what now? There's no campfire? What the fuck? Oh, he's trapped in the fucking thing. Oh, he called over all of his homies. I'm almost at level 9. And I need to be at level 10 for fucking fast travel, which is such a brutal fucking thing. There we go. A rubber duck? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Alright, fuck it. What did I need? Or what did I get? I got a rubber duck, and what else? Oh, that's right! Oh, fast learner. Total effect, if you pick this up, XP from everything plus 16%. Yeah. Yeah. No question. Always get the XP. Dice. The trinket. Critical hit chance plus 2.5%. Rubber duck. Another trinket. Prevents you from drowning in water. Okay, that actually has an effect. Sure. Offers quick relief for minor pain and soreness. Oops. Okay. Nope. Nope. Oh my god, I have 2 slots for special items now! Jesus, fuck! That's amazing! Alright, someone hit me. There you go, you hit me. Hit me. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so it does heal a little bit. Heals a little bit. All right. So the tower, oh my god, the tower is way the fuck over there. So even if I do warp back here, it's still a fucking hike to get back over this way. But I'm gonna try and get that time chest. Well, I'm gonna get stuck on every bush first. Got it. My favorite at the moment?
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
One of my favorite at the moment, you got it. Khalith just rocked it with that one. So good. Thank you to Pirate Tail for the 59 months. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, I already got the one this time. I got that one that was closer. Yep. And now I have to fucking walk? No, I should just level up here. Yeah, I should just go back to the construction site. Get rubber and shit and level up here. And then I can hopefully fast travel. And it really looks like you can fit through some of this shit. Fuck off.
Well done, Zeke. You're smashing it. Keep it up.
Oh my fucking god, 3 of them? Really? All right, this seems most important. So let's just go back to the construction site. There. Okay. Now. Nope. All right, this always aggroes the other guy. Yep, it always aggroes the fat fuck. I wonder if those guys stay dead. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Oh my fucking fuck. Oh, there's rubber back there. Oh, there's rubber right here. There we go. Oh, there was a tire outside? Oh, the one I just got. Yeah, yeah. 30! Eat a dick! That worked. Oh, okay. Ah! Fucking got him. I didn't think there was enough time for me to use the charge attack, so I wasn't using it. Okay. Alright, now I can... Oh! I can upgrade my backpack. Hide, scrap fabric, plastics. I don't think I need hide for anything. I mean, sleeping bag. Yeah, I think I do that. Yep. Cool. Stone, eh? Oh, that wasn't enough to do it? God damn, one more, dude. Oh, there's another tire right there. Fucking, let's go. Oh, I need to deposit shit. Oh, if I level up, I can have the compass now. Oh, things are going good. Things are going all right. Give me that rubber. There we go. Crowbar. Level 28 crowbar. Or 28 damage. Nope, nope. There you go. No, I have to be 45 for that. Oh, but this. Oh, but this. Chain link. I can bust through fucking chain link now. That's so nice. So nice. Oh, so nice. When you get a gun, I don't fucking know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to blow that up now. That one, the barrels didn't blow it up, so I don't know what the fuck to do with that. All right. $40, $45. No. Well, those aren't going anywhere. 30. But chain link, that's gonna open up a bunch of shit. Should you be embarrassed that Daggett Wave has been on your workout list for a while? No! What? And you can two-shot the normal guys now? I mean, that'll be nice. That'll be super fucking cool. Alright. Nope. 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 Compass, level 10. That's all I want. Eh. What am I wearing? I'm wearing the sweatbands, right? Oh, you can't upgrade the sweatbands? Oh, so that's okay. Upgrade that for that. Okay. Okay, let's just get the fuck out of here. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Go to this thing. Oh, can I bust these now? No, I'm 35. 80. Okay. Nope. Oh, there we go. Stops killed monsters from respawning. Each monster permanently killed this way drops 1 mana bead. I have to do it. No, I'm missing 1 electronically. All right, we'll find it up on our way to the next thing because we got to go way the fuck up here. Oh my God, all the way over here. What am I even doing? Yeah. Okay. Is that all walled in? No, it's not. Well, at least it leaves it on marked on my map. Okay. Next. We should sleep for 6 hours. Until it gets dark out, apparently. Straight up. Now tell me. Oh, look at all this fucking rubber here, too. Jesus, Rubber City! Fuck's sake! No, I said this. There you go. Well, I can't go north here. But I can break down chain link. Wait a minute. It shows me where the wall is. There's a wall all the way. Oh, fuck. So I got to go all the way out this and then up. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, you can craft better sweatbands. Okay. It throws off my fucking rhythm when there's more than one guy there. That's what he said. Or she said. I don't know why I went. It just defaulted to a dude saying that, but. He was guarding the eggs, I guess. Oh. Oh, hey. The field is infested with ex-humans. It's time to turn them into fertilizer. Kill 6 ex-humans, finish in 75 seconds. Okay. Beautiful. Nature will take care of the problem now. Those were 5K XP. Oh, okay. Advice from a cat. To easily deal with such opponents, it's useful to use a baseball card keychain, which gives repulsion to both chopping and crushing weapons. Hey, thanks for the advice. I don't have that keychain yet, though. Let's go. I gotta admit, man, I wasn't super hopeful that I would like this game, but man, I'm kind of liking it. Yeah, it's a big map. Big game, big map.
A system of rationing has been put in place. We still have an abundance of food and supplies, but we need to conserve our strength for later. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Oh, is there a campfire close? Not that I can see. Not great. Yes, I can break the radio. Yep. We did it! We made it to level 10! Holy shit, we did it! Now I just have to find a fucking a fucking campfire that's close to here. I mean, I can go all the way back. Oh. Never you mind. Camp it up, fucker. Camp it up, fucker. Fast Learner 3. Yes. Always XP. Fast travel from one link tower to another. Yes, please. Thank you. Mentioning original foliage. Useful for hiding one's personage. Oh, it's a trinket. Okay. You want to sneak by enemies. Shiv Trio. Trio of perfectly balanced blades surround a cone formation. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, I still need one more electric thing. What do you need to level up to break shit faster? I need a new weapon. I need a new weapon. Because the crowbar's maxed out. I just need to find a new weapon that does more damage. Because I cannot do any more damage with the crowbar. 28 is my max at the moment. I don't know if the sickle goes higher than that. Oh no, that's right. I did use the fucking shit. I used it for the compass. You're right. I did use my electrics. Shit. Yeah, it's only slashing. Yeah, I need bashing for most things. Like the sickle will need to upgrade if we want to like do tires, like big tires. Those monster truck tires and shit.
A system of rationing has been put in place. We still have an abundance of food and supplies, but we need to conserve our strength for later. This is an order.
Okay. Radios don't give me electronics, so no use in fucking destroying them. Yeah, I can go to any tower I want now, which is nice. The deadly transmission, I need 6 electronics. God damn, dude. That's funny. Hey, meat! And hide. I can make burgers! That's right, I forgot that guy's there. No! There, give me that. Yep, of course. Oh my fucking god, dude. I just want to gather. I just want to gather. There, thank you. Yeah, sickle will be good for enemies too. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, hold on. Let me mark where I'm going. This way. There we go. Oh, hey, look at that. Another obelisk. That's 2 of 3. Don't go in the water. Oh. Fishing. But where camping? I haven't seen one. Since this guy way the fuck over there. Oh, you beautiful motherfucking bitch. Let's go. Woo. Phew. Well, okay.
New game. New month. Same Zeke.
That's right.
New AC.
New AC.
Who dis?
Who dis? New AC. Who dis? Oh, okay. No, I need way more lettuce for that. I need one more tomato. I'm real close. C2 just because? You bet, Pat.
Hi, my name is
what?
My name is Coco.
Thank you, Ben, 88 for 53 months. Except, now give me the cash. It's retroactive. Give it to me. Give me the experience. Completed. Yes, indeed. Fish, you were here. Oh, okay. Okay, I need soil that's good for plants. Okay. Now you just wait until you fished out the entire thing. Fishing hole. All right, we're gonna do that. I think. Yep, there we go. All right, we're gonna fish out this entire fishing hole, and I'm gonna take the dogs out for a little pee-pee. So I'll be right back.
If you have a spare Prime sub lying around, get it used here.
All right, did we fish out the spot? I think we fished out the spot. Perfect. And now we just turn around, gather up all the fish, and deposit them in there. That's the last link relay. Now back to the gate of the evacuation site. Where's the nearest thing? It's over here. I'm excited to see what that opened up. And to see if I'm under leveled for the whole thing. Hey, look, another fucking campfire. Beautiful. Oh, right. Oh, eat a shit. Electrics. How do you fast travel? Well, you just go to you have to be level 10 first, make a compass, and then you can use the towers that you unlock to fast travel. Iron. More iron, please. Why not? It does 23, and my thing does 28. So it's pretty quickly overtaking it, probably. Nope. Lots of cloth. Nope. Nope. There you go. Yeah, that's the problem with the... You need a bashing weapon for a lot of the shit in the game. The only thing I really need the sickle for is tires. At the moment. Okay. Rocks, paper, scissors. Thank you for the 36 months. $45 for that. Yeah, it's probably like, I would imagine it's like a sledge or something. Seems like a sledgy situation. Yeah, because I need... Yeah, the deadly transmission. I need 4 more electrics. For fast travel, I can go whoop. Don't forget to prime Emberville. Oh. Okay, so this is a timed one. Where is the nearest thing? Right outside the door. Am I a fool? Oh, it's above the fucking thing. Okay. Don't forget to shitless Flimberville. Can I give a hint about digging spots? Yeah, go ahead. That was a lot of iron. 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 Nope. Now just wood. Okay. I need a buttload of electrics. Yep. I need 3 more, goddammit. Look for environmental circles, rocks and flowers. Oh, okay, okay, cool. I will be on the lookout for those then. Absolutely. Oh, this looks like a great place for electrics. Oh, and it's fucking expert lockpicks. Son of a bitch. Iron. Yeah, fuck. Nope. Shit. Submit a request for the supply base to send new catalyst first thing on Monday morning. Okay. I don't want to fuck with that guy. Man, look at all that good shit in there that I could be destroying. Alright, might as well give a little snooze. Can I do my... Nope. Okay. Open the gate! Escape the island. Find an escape pod at the evacuation site. Well, this looks promising. Could this be my way out? It's missing fuel, though. I could try scanning for fuel cells using that link tower. Machete! Cooking stand. Oh, I need 4 fuel cells. Okay. I need to find Danny Trejo. Wait a minute. Oh, the one that I was at. Fuck you. Fucking damn it. More? Yes? Yes? Give me? Oh, it's iron. Man, it is so fucking hard to find electronics here. Okay. Okay. Of course! Well, the fuel cells are far away, but if they're intact, I should be able to refuel the escape pod and finally leave this damn island. Well, I've unlocked fast travel, which is nice, but I will have to walk at least once to every location on the map. Alexandretta! Oh, this is all... Yeah. All locked up tight, of course. The pitcher. Okay. Melee damage versus monsters, please. Machete. Oh, I need wood. Not just scraps of wood, I need wood. I don't even know how to get wood yet. I need an axe. And then a cooking stand. Wood. Yep. I don't know where to get an axe. Digging, farming, fishing. Is it just, I just have to level up, I'm guessing? So I can get... I'm guessing the machete goes right into the axe at level fucking 20. No, it doesn't, because I need the axe to get the machete. Axe is level 15. Yeah, maybe after the dice, which would be weird. It's a trinket. I don't need fucking trinkets. I got the best one. Okay, let's... Alright. Where's the best place to get electronics? Lockpicking, honestly, is just levels. I just need levels. I need one more level for the basic lockpick and 8 more levels for the fucking expert. Oh, I should make it so I get an extra trinket slot. Not a bad idea. If I can get one. I need 4 more plastics. Oh, there we go. There. Okay, where's the... Down there. Okay. I can't even zoom in, huh? Maximum gas station. The caged suburb. Look at all this shit up here. Maybe we go to Junction Station. Oh my god. There's a fucking power pole in my way. Stay away, the town has been lost. Well, look at that. I have no idea, Slapman. I do not know. Hey, now I can make the spicy stew or whatever. Oh wait, no, not that. Oh, I can't. Can I? I can cook. Yeah, I can do it from here, right? Yeah, there we go. The chili soup. Permanent effect, backstabbing damage plus 25%. Wait, what? Oh. God damn it, dude. Enables cooking at campfires. Yep, I need to find a cook station. Fuck. Yeah, I know. The stove is right there. You'd think I'd be able to cook right on this. Well, that's not a stove. That's a sink. Electronics! How many was I short? I think I still need at least 3 more, right? Sure. There you go. Now I need steel. Eat it! Eat the pizza! Eat it! Well. Oh, is that hurting me? Fuck you, dude. Cooking! I can cook there. If I can get in somewhere. Oh, right there at the door. Well, I didn't want to do that, but whatever. What can I make? I can make a spicy chili. Oh, I have to add them individually? Okay. Okay. I thought it would add them automatically. There we go. A hamburger. I need more lettuce. Is that enough corn? It's enough corn! Hooray! No, food does not recover health. It just, it does permanent upgrades. So you don't need to eat or drink in the game, which is nice, so you don't have to keep track of it. All food and recipes do are give you permanent upgrades, like max hit points. My max hit points went up by 5. Oh, it does recover a little bit, I guess. Oh, that's 35. Okay. I ate the corn, Ron. It's so hard to fucking do a power attack. Oh, if you re-cook it, it heals you? Okay. Because you're just supposed to, I mean, all you have to do is hold it down, right? Oh, more electronics. Yeah, fuck off, dude. Oh, I don't care about that. Have I tried controller? No, I haven't. With hunting and gathering games like this, it seems like it's built for keyboard mouse because you gotta move shit around, but maybe this isn't that game. Yeah. It's weird to do that. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Get out of here. Yeah, you can destroy almost everything, as far as I can tell. There's only like quest things you can't destroy. Like, you probably can't destroy the towers. Oh my god, I got some wood. Oh my god, I blew up the side of the thing and I got wood. No, not that, not that. This. How close am I? 3 more wood and I can have a fucking machete! Read it. Could the guy who keeps spilling plum juice all over the hallway please clean up after themselves? Oh, yeah, look at it. You can see it. Lettuce! Oh, I need fucking 4 wheat. Oh, I got the wheat, I got the lettuce. Now I just need the beef or the meat. Electrics. Electrics. Man, we gotta be getting close. More corn. Oh shit, what is happening? that looks terrible. I'll come back. Oh, okay. Barfer, Pukey. Pukey stays. Damn it. I thought he might have been a one-time kill thing. All right. I need 6. How many? There we go. Materials. I have 7. I can do it now. I think. Pretty sure. Okay, straight west. Deadly transmission, let's go! Stops killed monsters from respawning. Each monster permanently killed this way drops 1 mana bead. Beautiful. $5,000 or 5,000 XP. Oh, and while we're here, let's... Oh, fuck me. Where was the farm? There it is. Packard Family Farm right here. Well, I think that might be the case. So I'm just going to put a flag there. I'm going to run down. Well, no. I'm not going to do that yet. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fight these fucking guys. There's the beads. Spice. Oh. No, this. There you go. I will go for the farm. Yes, I will go there and just immune it. Oh, wood! Wood things! Oh, these beds give you wood! Beds always give me wood. Sanal Gaib. Oh, 1 more wood for machete. Okay. I still don't know what gives me the axe yet. But let's go fight these bitches. Okay, you. That's not fighting hard. That's fighting smart. Oh my god, I almost fucked it up there at the end. We got him. Bones. Look at all this good stuff in here. Zeke, have you noticed this game looks like a mobile game ad? It does? I don't know. I don't see a lot of mobile game ads, I guess. Oh, I blew up a lot of stuff. Okay. Fine. I can build a lockpick now, yeah. A basic one, but a lockpick nonetheless. It's just weird that I'm not tracking anything. Like tracking anything to build or create craft. Smoothie! Oh, I can make it! Look at that. Enemy view range shrunk 4%.
The island has fallen. Am I to fall? Am I to leave this haven of my rest? This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
Oh shit, Funky Mallet, I missed you. 19 months, thank you. That was half an hour ago. I am a big old turd person. I'm sorry for being a turd person. They use the text-to-speech. Whoever that is. You want that C2? Well, I'm happy to oblige, baby.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
Go, Carnage. Overall opinion on this so far, it's really good. I'm really enjoying it. Reminds me a little bit of like Vampire Survivors. Oh, you haven't heard that one yet? It's pretty great, right? That was Khalif. Khalif made that and added it. Wasn't there a fucking stove just over here? Oh, that's right, another stuff. Hey! Heal more with healing items. More carry slots. Yep. Gotta go with pack rat, man. Tackle. Piece of equipment custom. Oh, it's a trinket. Sure, I have a bunch of all that. Let's do it. You catch fish quicker. Boonie hat. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I can do that too. I got plenty of that shit. Ooh. There we go. Basic lockpick. That is a feature. Okay. Which means it's passive, right? It means I can just get it. And one more wood for the machete. Bunch more shit for that. Wait, what does it say? It's enables taking materials out of the camp storage by placing them back in your carried material slot. Why would you ever do that? Removing materials costs additional XP. Why would you do that? What is the point of this? I don't get it. Enables taking materials out of the camp storage box and placing them back in your crafted or carried material slot. I guess I don't know why you would do that yet. Maybe there's a reason later. Oh, I gotta find a stove. And now he's dead forever. Oh, wishing wells. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Excuse me. There we go. Cook it up. Not that. Give me that smoothie. Oh, I need berries. And eggs. Cool. Alright, now I need something to kill deer with. Something ranged would be nice. Zombies do respawn unless you make them not with a special thing you put on the towers. So there's these towers that are like, I don't know, checkpoint-ish kind of a thing. And if you put them on there, then the enemies do not respawn. I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. Bridge demolished. Travel to Curtis Field North through Bridge checkpoint new. Okay. What I need to do is get over to these. Oh my god, these. Nope. These guys. Holy fuck, they're far away. Oh, the farm. Oh, that's right. I gotta do the farm. Right. I forgot I was gonna do the farm first. Right. Good looking out, wrestling. Corn! Oh my god, get out of here. God, there's so much good shit there. Fuck it. Okay. There. Now I have 4 things tracked. Oh. Yeah, I want to do the machete first, though, right? Pretty sure. Okay, Junction Station. Oh, wait. The farm is close to here, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Man, those guys are barely even scared anymore. Okay. Now, give me a hoe. Where's my hoe? Well, that's right. The hay bales give you a ton of that shit.
Happy 5 years anniversary, my love, Zeke love, Zeke love.
Hell yeah, thank you, Outside Ali, with the 5 fucking years, buddy. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, I am full of it. Okay. Okay. Good enough. And now we do the seed thing. Not there. Nope. Tools? Ah, there we go. Okay. Oh. I only have carrot seeds. So now I have planted a seed and then harvest crops in 20 minutes? Is that right? Is there a way you can check on them? I'm not going to just sit here for 20 minutes, guys. I'm just... Okay. Right click to choose other seeds? Oh, wow, okay. Okay. I didn't know I even got seeds out of the tomatoes and stuff. Okay. And how do we see how much time they have left? You said 1932? How did you even notice that? Or are you just making shit up? Oh, I think you used up your ingredients, but you get more back if I was reading the seed section. Oh, okay. So if I have them in my inventory, I can plant them instead of eat them. Okay. Try sleeping? Okay. Okay, that was all the foods I had in my inventory. Pretty sure. Yep, carrot, tomato, lettuce, potatoes. Okay. Sleep in 6 hours. That was refreshing. Yay, farming! I farmed. So these other ones shouldn't be that far behind then. Oh, there we go. Grow time. Oops. Grow time 20, 25, 35, 40, 50, 1 hour, 1 hour, 10 minutes. Okay, so carrots are by far the fastest growing shit we have. Oops. Man, I wish there was a fast travel spot just a fucking little closer, man. Oh, it's fucking up there. Oh. What is fucking that thing? I guess I probably don't need to waste that. Yeah. I mean, they refresh. It's not like I'm using up anything. Yep. And I need 30 damage for that fucking thing. Toxic, keep out. Alright, so I can't get that timed box, so I guess shit. I guess shit. I don't know, man. Oh, the tomb. I'm not... Yeah, it is a long walk. Eat it. Oh. Oh, yeah. I can do this. I can unlock it. I can go down. I got the roof. Or the rope. Puzzle tomb. The loop in the game is satisfying. It is. It is actually pretty satisfying. And you get it, like, you progress pretty good. Okay, I get it. That stupid vase in the side. Fucking god damn it. Oh, they only say press for a short amount of time. Okay. Zeke, what will you do if you don't like this game at all? Just asking, like this game? Not sure what you're getting at. That was close. Yes, I do have I have the movement speed trigger on, yeah. The sweatbands. Oh, come on! I got hooked, caught up on the fucking wall. I'm like 1 second too slow. Okay. This might be easier with a controller. Much easier with a controller. You did the exact same thing? Yeah, yeah. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I was heading down anyways. I was heading to... here. Yep. Oh, I should deposit some shit first. I have a bunch of shit. gonna camp. You leave me alone now. Oh, I should probably... No, I'm saving. Saving for the machete. Oh, I don't have enough meat, right. I wish I could plant meat. Looks like almost straight south. Oh. Okay. That's, yeah, wishing well. I get it now. I get it now. Oh, egg. So I'm missing one egg and one electronic for this. Yo, Classic Katie with the raid. What up, baby? Thank you for the raid. Come on in. We're playing some Dismantle today. Yeah, fuck. Hey, oh shit. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break. There's an egg. I just need one more electronic. Thank you all. Come on in. I'm looking for something to break that has electronics inside of it. And... ugh, it's looking pretty grim. Maybe something north of the wishing well. So that's what we need. We have the ceramics, we have the egg, we just need one more of these guys. Is this gonna give him a... nope, just iron. Nope, we already busted up most of that shit anyways. Yeah, we pretty much busted up everything in that house, too. Fuck! I got level 13. Maybe up in there? Or maybe, oh, maybe here. Oh, soda lovers. I thought it said sofa lover. Oh my god! Lockpick! It actually came into play. What a dump. Oh, that was... Open it! Ah, damn it. Oh, the phone. The phone will have electronics, right? Yes! Look at that! We did it! Wishing well, here I come! Oh my god. I'll probably take the meat. Give me the meat because I can make the thing. This had a stove? Yeah, it did. Let's go hamburger. No, I planted my lettuce. Fuck, I planted my lettuce and my wheat. Oh no! You short-sighted fool! If only you had planted hamburgers, I know. Yeah, gotta go fast learner. Every time I'm taking that. Sure. Oh god. I don't even know if they're ready yet. Oh, what a long run too. God damn it. Piss on it. Piss on it. I don't need it. What do burgers even give me? Oh, you can reuse wishing wells? Wow. Oh, you fucking stupid environment. Oh. Oh. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, there's a campfire. I should go get that. I didn't even see it, yeah. I just got lucky. Can I sleep yet? Nope. I slept like 5 hours ago. I'm not even sleepy, guys. Captain Pete, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate you. Pretty nice place you got here.
Everyone will be provided a safe transit as soon as possible. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
When venturing into Buzzle, be careful not to step out of your patrol vehicle. There are some strange plants around. I don't know. I'll explore this place later. What's it? Oh, cop car. Give me a gun. Oh, just some iron? What is the cop doing carrying around an iron? Or a fucking iron ingot. Mortar and pestilence. The slimy and guttural sounds intensify. Ex-humans are the only danger around this part. No, not right now. Not right now. I'll come back. I just want that. Yep, that thing. There we go. Invent a cowboy hat or an ice brick? The fuck? Wait a minute. Oh, I can't swim. I just don't die. Ow. Hey, look, a third obelisk. I think I know how to use these now. I should prepare fighting for my life, though. Oh, okay. So they're fight things. Okay. Apparently I'm hot. Am I too hot? Hot damn. Make a dragon want to retire, man? Because AO hasn't heard the new soundbite.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Conch.
Oh my god. Okay. I don't know how I was getting too hot. Is it because of my fucking outfit? Oh, I didn't even put this on yet. Cold protection. Oh. Ice brick. Designed to cool down the temperature around it. Okay. I just want to get this fucking tower, but I don't think I can I? It's surrounded by fucking water. Oh, fuck me. Yeah. If you look right to your mini-map, you'll see the temp of the area. Okay. Yeah, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And he even says, so hot. Okay. So that outfit did make me hotter. So I took off that outfit. I did get a little reprieve. Okay, those guys suck ass. All right, so we can't go down here. Oh, fuck. So what do I do then? If I made it too far south, like, am I just fucked? If I can't make my way back north? I think that's stupid. I don't like that mechanic at all. Let's see. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is a fucking joke. Yeah, this is a joke. Fuck this, I'm just jumping in the lava. Pizza! Eat it! Sorry, I'm camping. You can't touch me. I'm on base. I'm on base. Happy birthday, Saku. If it is indeed your birthday, happy birthday. Okay, we're back into it. Fuck off. All right, we're back into a more temperate fucking climate. I've only been at this for 6 days. Jesus. All right. Okay. I need to go back to a tower. I'm in the soda lover's house, so I'm gonna go up to there. Still not quite enough. Yo, Strider giving a sub to Phil McCracken. Damn it. I want red shrooms. Well, shit. I think that's the only thing this game is lacking is a better, faster way to travel. Like, the fast travel is not awesome. I wish there were more points you could fast travel to, or at least fast travel just from the map. That would be very cool. Zeke question: nose hair, ear hair, butt crack hair. You lose two completely, but have to deal with a shit ton of the last. Which one do you have a ton of? Oh, butt crack hair. Gotta go with butt crack hair. I have a ton of that because I got a bidet. I can just wash that shit out. Ear hair, nose hair, people are gonna see that shit. Butt hair, no one's gonna know. But the people who do know will be, I'd imagine, pretty amazed. Wait. And the thing is, like, I don't have anybody sticking things in my butt, so I don't have to keep it, you know, visually looking good. Not yet, at least. That's fair. Okay. Now I gotta check on, since I'm up here, might as well check on my crops. I think. Yes, my crops. Also, I refuse to believe that 90 degrees Fahrenheit is going to kill anybody. I live in that shit. It's fine. Well, it's air conditioned now. It wasn't always air conditioned. Wow. Look at all this shit. Oh, God, this wheat. This fucking wheat takes forever. And I need wheat to make a hamburger. You know what? Piss on it. I'm just going to make the thing. I'm just going to make the thing. There. Cook. I need 4 wheat. It doesn't even do you the favor of telling you how long it takes. Or how long is left on this shit. Also, why don't I have any wheat seeds? Oh, I need 3 of them per wheat seed. And it gives me 5 to 8. Fine. Oh shit, I might be able to sleep again. Hold on. Okay. I don't have anything that needs potatoes or onions yet. I do need... Okay, I have enough lettuce. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's try sleeping. God damn it! Alright, let's run. Oh, let's change our outfit too. You can only change it here, I guess. Because we're going north. I'm guessing north is gonna be... gonna be colder. Oh, circle! Circle! Oops. I swear to God, I said, get the shovel out. Yeah! Haha! See? Nice work. Thank you for the info on the circle shit. Oh, more onions. Really? What am I doing? Why do I care? I don't care. Let me the fuck out of here. Oh, fart in my mouth. Well, there's a fishing spot. All right, we're gonna go around. down even more. Man, I hope they give you a fucking jetpack later or something. Oh my god. Fuck off, you stupid fence. Aha! Bird's cold up here, I bet. Thankfully, I brought a parka. Guy has a different rhythm than the other guy. Let's go! No, I'm camping, bitch. Fuck you. That's right. Go away. I'm camping. Fur hat. Hide and plastics. And a hot water bottle. Okay, so I need a lot of plastic. Yeah, the map is fucking enormous. It is very, very big. If I go in a place, does it give me more heat? It does. I still don't have a recipe for a fucking axe yet or anything. You know what else is enormous? Your cholesterol. Dude, turn around. There's a computer right here. Grab it. Yeah, get those electronics. Oh, I don't care about scrap metal. Okay. Okay, let's stop looking for the cowboy hat. There we go. Stop looking for that. Stop looking for that. I know I need 8 wood for that. Okay. Yep. Fur hat. Hot water bottle. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do this. And let's do this. Deadly transmission. Craft it. Oh! Thought I had. Need one more electric. That's why, because the rhythm was being thrown off by this guy, was being thrown out by the power attack. There. There we go. Got him. Okay. Alright. No. Fuck off. No. Okay. Whenever Zeke mutters like that, I was doing anything to Joe Pesci in Home Alone when he's pissed off. Yeah, or the fucking kid from Christmas Story when he's beating up on Scott Farkas. Now those guys give me bones but not hide, which sucks ass. Okay, I can make the hot water bottle now. So let's go ahead and do that. Joe Pesci created his own ass swear language for that movie. Because he kept swearing. That, yes. I totally get that, yes. There we go. How do I feel? I feel fine. I'm prepared for winter, yes. Level 14, what do I get? Lumberjack. Baseball fucking bat, let's go. A gyroscope, how about an axe though, so I can get some wood? An axe, maybe axe. Ugh. All right. Animal treats. Lumberjack. Melee attack speed, melee damage versus trees. I really need wood. I don't know how to gather wood yet. They have not given me anything to gather fucking wood with. Yep, hide and wood. Like this? Nope, that's scrap. Oops. I need 45 damage, dude. 40 fucking 5 for this fucking, for a fucking tree. A bladed weapon at 45. You gotta be joking. Oh, they do have hide. Get the fuck out of here. But I just got here, not you, idiot. Those idiots. Oh, it's in the corrective facility. Corrective? Not corrections. Prison break. The gate that leads further into the prison has been locked. Search for the key around other parts of the building. Why don't fucking lamps give you electrics?
great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part
Potato.
of the ships were destroyed. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the ground station.
Okay. For the axe, you need machete and level 21. Awesome. I'm level 14, so only 7 more levels? No problem. I don't know. I may come back to this, but I don't know. I don't want to give you false hope. There we go. Monsters stay dead. Show statistics such as the monster count for the Link Tower area. Oh, so you can't, okay. So if you want to kill everything in the area. When you absolutely must kill every last motherfucker in the room. Except no substitute. Oh, wait, hold on. Nope. Nope. Inventory. Is it inventory? No, no. Baseball bat. There we go. Track it. 25 fucking wood. Are you kidding me? So what is the best way to get wood, guys? I'm asking you, anybody who's played this, what am I even working towards to get the wood? Porn. Thanks, Stryer. You fucking worthless piece of shit. Simple Simone, you and Stryer should go fuck each other in the mouth. Martin, you sit in the cuck chair. Bamboo in the south? Oh, you can convert scrap wood to wood. Not yet, I guess. They need a fully upgraded sickle. Not a machete. Okay. You can use a machete on smaller trees and stuff. Well, I need 8 wood to do that. Okay. I just want to know what, like, the fucking thing looks like. Like, what a sturdy table looks like. Yeah. Double beds give for sure. Okay. Yeah. Would you be quitting this game if that? No, I would. If I was hating it, I would have quit an hour ago because I only guarantee 6 hours. Oh, wheat. I'm still fucking light on wheat. Seems the key is at Curtisfield North Police Station. Fuck you. Oh, it is a lot more forgiving than Project Zomboid, that's for sure. This is definitely more arcadey and less like, you know, stupidly difficult. This isn't stupidly difficult. Yeah, now Project Zomboid, if someone picked that, I probably would have quit that after the first, you know, first 6 hours. For sure. What was I even... Oh, that's what I was doing. I was gonna craft Yeah, I was gonna upgrade my sickle to 31. What's my crowbar at? My crowbar's at 28. Oh my god, I need more wood! I just need wood for fucking everything, apparently. Okay. Okay. Stryer giving a sub to Potato Queef. Yes, for the sickle upgrade, I need wood. And in order to get wood, I need a sickle. And in order to get money, I need a dolphin. Do you see a dolphin around here anywhere? Yeah, you can upgrade the scraps, but where? There's a sawmill to the northwest. There are pills for that. There you go. Yep. Sawmill to the northwest. Yeah, over here-ish. I have to find the police precinct anyway, so. And also, there's a timed box that I probably can't get to. Yeah, that guy? I can't get to that guy. I need the key. Yeah, I need the key to get through there. Yeah. $45. Okay, 45 of those. That's 50, right? Yep. Why am I cold all of a sudden? I have the hot water bottle. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, I have enough for a fur hat. Let me get that fucking fur hat on then. Jesus. I just barely have enough. I'm gonna deal with this fucking stupid cold bullshit. Oh, wait, no. There. There. Now I'm fucking Nanook of the goddamn north. Are we good? Yeah, we should probably get rid of the Z-Trooper command. Little Otter. It said it's at the police precinct. Oh, eat shit.
It's a week since the last working escape pod left. There is still the one pod left, but we have uninstalled the fuel cells just in case.
Do not use the pod.
This is an automated recording sent from K23, the ground station.
Double bed has wood. That's a double bed. Thank you. Thank you, on gang. I forget you guys can do that shit. Thank you. Oh, nice. There. No, he's not coming back. Fuck him. Okay. I did play it for like a split second. I didn't play much of it, unfortunately. Heard it was awesome, and I tried to make time to play it. And I never got around to it. Nope. There you go. Yeah, that. Oh, Jesus. Still not enough wheat. What's the... Okay, there's a guy there. Okay, let's go do that. I guess we can say because they're all dead for good. I made them dead for good. Oh, there it is. Okay. 8 more wood. Nope. $45 for those trees. How much was it for those fucking piles of wood? Oh, there's a double bed right of the campfire. Okay, thank you. Thank you. The birch logs has 24 in power. There you are, fuck's sake. What gives wood as well? You said birch logs? I thought, is that a pile of wood? Like, they look like 2x4s stacked on top of each other. My God, fixable how? Oh, it's a tree that's fallen down. Okay. I've seen those before. I know what you're talking about, at least. Unforeseen power with 23 months. Thank you, unforeseen power. Also, my choice. My choice is this, as usual.
Hi, my name is what? My name is Coco Carnage.
I can't get over how good it is, man. It's super good. Trail to the wilderness cabin. Oh, really? Oh my God, that little fucking bush that I can barely see. Nope, nope, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Don't care. Yeah. Oh my God, where the fuck? Yep, dead end. Oh my god. Fuck me. Yep, just down. I can go down. There's a bridge leading down. Not that way, apparently. Am I fucking blind here? Yes, up across this bridge and... Oh, is there... No way to go? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure, let's sleep for 6 hours. Well, that's fucking funny. This wasn't it. Nope. Fabric. I thought this would be the fucking sawmill, but apparently not. You said there was a sawmill somewhere around here, perhaps? And I've looked and now I don't know where it is. And I'm so far away from a fucking thing. Even more west. I mean, there's a lot of west. It doesn't even seem fucking worth it. And it says it's in the police station. West. Prison break-in. There we go. Travel to Curtis Field North. Well, this is Curtis Field South. Oh my god, it's on my fucking map the whole fucking time. 1044 237. Sure, why not? What else are we doing? It does have a fast travel mechanic, but these are the only fast travel places. These little link towers, and they are really kind of spread out. And also, I can't get there from here because I have to go. Oh my god, this place is so isolated. Fuck you, game. There's no way across this. I got to go all the way back down. I got to go here, here, there, and then around. And I can't even get across this river until I get to this fucking bridge. Yikes. It's rough, man. It's rough. Yeah. There is fast travel, but they're pretty spread out. I imagine if you know where you're going, it's not that bad. I just wish the fast travel points were between campfires and not these fucking, like, antenna towers. The campfires would be a much better quality of life. Oh, okay. How does he even know there's threats? There's more options for fast travel, but it's later in the game. Okay. I mean, at the very, very least, at least there's no weapon durability. That's super nice. Yeah, if that was a thing, that would totally fucking suck all the enjoyment out of the game. Okay. That is a bridge right there. Okay. That is where I'm going. Oh my fucking god, these little fucking bushes in your way. Zero Seaver. Yes, I have heard of it. I want to say I've even played it a little bit.
There have been reports of hostile attacks in multiple areas of the island. These are falsehoods perpetrated by antagonistic forces in our midst. This is an automated recording sent from K23, the Crown Station.
That's a fishing spot. You think there, by the Hermit Station, there'd be a fucking campfire? Something, maybe. Okay. Okay. Oh, no. There's a ridge all the fucking way. And then there's this, whatever this is. Oh, this feels like a joke, man. It feels like they don't even want me to get there. Yep. And the wall is... Okay. There's a gate. There's a gate. Broken northern terminal. The terminal next to the wall appears broken. Lifeless prepping to be fixed. Gain access to the wall. Bring the required materials with you and fix the terminal at the wall. I need 5 rubber and 4 electrics. And they put a fucking one of those fucking guys there, huh? Fuck this fucking bullshit. No, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it. No, I don't want to do that. Oh my god. I made it so far. I made it so far, and then they kill me by putting this fucking dude like right in my way with no fucking campfire close. It was a good run. All right. I'm gonna snooze this for 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. All right. That was actually not bad. I had a great time playing it. The hours flew by pretty quickly. So, thank you guys for joining me. That was Dismantle. I don't know if we'll see it again. It just seems so brutally punishing if you make it a far distance and then you die. Or they make it so like, you know, like you go out and you're in the middle of a fucking peninsula and you just gotta backtrack. So much walking. So much walking. Anyways, it was fun. Thank you to Enshem for your game choice. I appreciated it. I enjoyed your game. But tomorrow we're gonna start off with a brand new game that's coming out tomorrow for a sponsored couple of hours called Archon Soul, 2D roguelike dice builder where you create powerful dice using swappable faces, runes, and bodies with artifact, unique weapons, and shit like that. That's coming out tomorrow. We're going to be checking that out for a couple of hours. And then we'll be looking at... I'm going to go back to Photomaly and see where that one goes. I wanted to play that, yeah. So it's going to be a fun day tomorrow, man. I hope you're here for it. I'm going to be here for it. Anyways, tomorrow's gonna get dicey. That's right. All right, but for now, I'm out of here. And this dude, he thinks I forget about him. He thinks that I forget about him, and he's like, gotta crawl up on my lap and say, hey, Dad, don't forget about me. I'm still around. I'm a thing. I live in the house too. So, yeah. I love you, Bubba. You love me? Yeah. All right. But for now, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Archon Soul and Photomaly.
And until then, you good? For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia. I think you knocked my camera a little bit. There we go. This is me, Zeke, saying... See ya!